Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening. I'm audible, I'm visible. Yes, great. We'll wait for 1 to 2 minutes and then we'll begin. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Good evening, good evening. Good evening, good evening, good evening. We'll wait 1 to 2 minutes and then we'll begin. Very interesting discussions for today. Good evening, good evening, good evening. We have to traverse a very interesting time period with multiple important events. Abhay, you can stick to basically the PPTs. You don't have to go to any other book. Though I will get Bipin Chandra in class one day and I'll tell you what to do and what not to do. But generally, I don't want any of you to technically get caught up in unnecessary details. The problem with basic books, for example, Spectrum and all, is there's very lot of information. So don't worry about that. If you can keep the PPT as the base, and you will see when I'll do previous year questions with you tomorrow, you will realize that all questions can be done with that understanding. So don't have to actually complicate it in any way or form. So you keep it simple. You just refer to the PPTs. I will tell you what to do with the NCRTs once this whole process is over or we've gone forward. NCRT is a must, but the NCRT concept is not to learn from the NCRT, but read the NCRT. There's a difference between learning and reading. Same as now. Unnati, exactly the same. Exactly the same. Yes, Sujay, I understand that. Yes, NCRTs are technically like a revision or like a revision. And then you move to Bipin Chandra. Once you've covered the PPT, once you've gone from PPT to NCRT, then you go to Bipin Chandra, which is again your second revision. Basically, there is no point getting caught up in these two books because learning them in themselves will not suffice. So rather revise through them. That's it. Perfect. Perfect, Abhay. Shamil, that is also perfect. Tamil Nadu board, Kuru, I've never heard for modern India. Tamil Nadu board is mostly referred to or for ancient medieval, but it has its own problems, which I will tell you there. But you can stay away for this at least. PPTs, as you can see, have all the details you need for a mains question, for a prelims question. Don't have to worry in that sense. Okay, so can we begin? Can we begin? Are we all ready for a journey between 1919 and 1922? We'll go till 1922-24. Okay. Again, yes, Sujay. Poonam Daldaya has many wrong information. Stay away from that book as much as possible. Stay away from that book. Really bad. Okay. Abhay, if you are doing the PPT, you don't need to go there. They have not attended this, so that book. Okay. So you stay away from Poonam Daldaya is a problematic book. Has a lot of details which are incorrect. Okay. Now, the first and foremost point is that we have to understand, we've reached yesterday with regards to Indian nationalism, Gandhi coming back to India. We understood his three interventions, Champaran, Kheda and Ahmedabad. We tried to understand why was his South African experience so important. And now that we have an understanding of his South African experience, why Gandhi is Gandhi, we need to go into his first major mass movement or mass moment, which is called the Rowlatt Act. But in order to understand Rowlatt Act, you need to understand something more closer to it, or just what happened after Rowlatt Act, or I want to do the constitutional part first, which is Montagu-Chelmsford reforms. So the year 1919 generally is considered a very important year because two things will happen in the same year. First, there are three things: Rowlatt, Jallianwala Bagh, and also we have the concept of Montagu-Chelmsford reforms by the end of that year. But Montagu-Chelmsford reforms, as called Government of India Act 1919, and one of our second last acts itself, after this it is going to become Government of India Act 1935. That is the last constitutional major moment in Indian history. We've mostly done 80% of it. Today, 10% again we cover more. But the most important point here is the most important concept, which is how was Morley and Minto different from Montagu-Chelmsford? And Montagu-Chelmsford in a way introduced a lot of features which are part of democracy in India today also. So when we talk about Montagu-Chelmsford, it has to be seen as a very important change in the British attitude and a drama in India also. So everybody's here. Can we start our discussion? Because I have to start with Morley Minto first. Great. So we are covering something which happens after Rowlatt. However, we are doing it first so that there's continuity when I talk about Rowlatt and Khilafat and non-cooperation. So I'm keeping one sector aside, one sector aside. Okay. Timeline, Yashika, once Montagu-Chelmsford is done. Because Montagu-Chelmsford is actually quite forward in this timeline, but I have to give you a timeline for sure. Okay. Now, when Morley-Minto reforms came through, Morley-Minto, 1909, when Morley was asked, Morley being the Secretary of State, when he was asked that what is the ultimate purpose of the British in India, his answer was not something like we want to give representative government or we are here for the Providence mission, we are here to do good, this and that. His basic answer was we will govern India as we have to. So he used a very interesting word, we will govern India as we have to. But the most important concept when asked, again Morley was asked, that the Indians are asking for Swaraj, and Swaraj, which is self-rule. What is your conception of Swaraj? So he very straightforward said one thing, and very, very categorically. He said that Swaraj for us is equal to sedition. That basically, if anybody is asking for Swaraj, he is acting against the state. And Swaraj is equal to sedition. Therefore, anybody who is asking, or any nationalist who is going for self-rule, he is going to be prosecuted under the Sedition Act. And this is technically an act and treason against the government of India. And we don't equate it anything less. So Swaraj is equal to sedition was the understanding of Morley. That if you are asking for self-rule, it is equal to sedition. However, when it comes to the 1919 Act, in 1917, there was a very important declaration. And that declaration was by Secretary of State, the successor of Morley. His name is Montagu. These two spellings you will see online and generally in books. One is written like this, one is written like this, Montagu. Both are correct. Montagu, whatever you want to call it. And it's called the Montagu Declaration. It's called the Montagu Declaration. And just to give you context, it's called Montagu-Chelmsford because the viceroy was Chelmsford. In the last class, I will give you a whole PDF of all viceroys plus whatever, technically Governor of Bengal, Governor General of India and viceroys. Whole list I will give you for your reference with whatever happened under their rule. But if you remember, we started with Lord Canning. In between, we defer to Lord Dufferin also. We refer to Morley Minto. We refer to Curzon. And today, when we come into our discussion, there are two people who are in focus. Harding is the one on which the bomb was thrown. Two people are in our context, Chelmsford and Reading. So, when the name Montague Chelmsford comes from Chelmsford, who's technically the viceroy. You don't have to learn this as it is. Obviously, the dates are not important, but what anybody who's trying to find a certain sector, a certain concept itself, this is the basic point, which is that Montague is the Secretary of State and Chelmsford is the viceroy. So the name comes from here. Just for your reference, don't have to learn it. All important viceroys are going to be covered automatically when it will come to Irwin and all. But Curzon, Irwin, Minto, and Harding we've already talked about. Today we'll talk about Chelmsford, though he's not very important to our story. So Montague, in his declaration in 1917, said a very important line, and this is the major shift in British understanding. And the thing which he says is very simply, he was asked what is the ultimate purpose of the British in India. And see, in between these two events, the First World War has started, and the attitude of the British has changed a little bit because in the war effort, India had helped quite a lot. So the whole Punjab regiment, thousand after thousand Punjabi, what we call as youth, went to fight in the First World War, forcefully or not voluntarily, basically. But Montague will say a very important line. Montague will say that the ultimate purpose, and you see, the ultimate purpose of British in India, and now see the words, is representative government, which is that we will give them some form of government which is representative to them. And he said that sedition and Swaraj are not same. Sedition and Swaraj are not same. He said basically our purpose is also in a way giving self-rule to the Indians within the empire. Within the empire. Now, this is the basic point. You can see how Morley's understanding and Montague's understanding is quite different. That basically, Morley says Swaraj equals to sedition. Montague says our ultimate purpose is basically to give representative government. And this is a major moment when the British, for the first time, very explicitly said what is their purpose in India, and though in positive terms. So I hope you understand this shift between the concept of Morley and Montague. The basic point being that they have now tried to, in a way, give some form of concession. But in the larger scheme of things, the Indian National Congress, it's called the August Declaration. The Indian National Congress asked, okay, you want to give us self-rule? When and how? You want to give us self-rule? Give us self-rule. Tell us when. And in what form you will give it to us. To that, Montague had no answer. Morley was very clear, we are here to rule. Montague gives this big funda that we are not here to rule, we are here to give representative government, and all of this is linked to the larger concept of what is called in British politics carrot and stick policy. Which is that if there's a mule, you dangle a carrot in front of it so that it looks at the carrot and keeps on walking. But when it gets distracted, you use the stick to discipline it. And in our story, the August Declaration, or as it is called, Montagu's Declaration, is seen as the carrot. That because in 1917 the war was still not over, the British needed Indian support, basically for food grains, for money, from personnel. So they give this big funda that we will give you representative government. We also want Swaraj. We also want Swaraj. The concept of concession and followed by repression. This is the concept of carrot and stick, that you give concession and then you follow it with repression. And you will see that the Montagu Declaration will be followed up with the biggest and the worst form of repression, which we call as the Rowlatt Act. So basically, the carrot was Montagu's declaration and the stick is going to be the Rowlatt Act. Simple point here is that don't think that the British have changed their attitude. The British are only changing their outward projection by just arguing between Morley and Montagu that we want the Indians to support in the war effort, and there is a new type of dynamism which they introduce via the Montagu Declaration, the August Declaration. Now, basically, as I said, it's part of the larger concept of carrot and stick, because this is the concession which they were ready to say. However, the repression was coming soon. So, are we clear about what is Montagu's basic agenda here? What is the politics here? It's not innocent politics that the British heart has changed. It's just that they want the Indians to be part of the larger movement, the larger First World War, and help the British in a voluntary way at least. Clear, everyone? Because then I will go to the act itself. Come on. This is clear. Perfect. So Edwin Montagu's declaration in 1917, also called August Declaration. And in this, he said a very important line. The line was that the government policy was an increasing participation of Indians in every branch of administration and gradual development of institutions with a view to progressive realization of responsible government in India as an integral part of the British Empire. From now onwards, the demand of nationalists for self-rule and self-government, home rule, will be not termed as sedition, since attainment of the self-government for India or Indians now became government policy. This was totally in contrary to Morley's statement in 1909, where the intention was not self-government itself. And you see how he has very well framed it. That, okay, you want Swaraj, we also want Swaraj. We have been on the wrong page. There has been a misunderstanding between you and me. We both want the same thing. We both want the same thing, which is we both want self-government. So sedition is not equal to Swaraj, or Swaraj is not equal to sedition. This is all based on a drama to get the Indians to come on board into the war effort itself. But the INC was very clear. INC was, if you want, give it to us. You want to give us self-rule. You tell us when will you give it and in what form you will give it. INC's straightforward understanding was, and as it is, this will be followed up by the Jallianwala Bagh had already happened by the time this act is going to actually come through. This is going to basically be followed up by the act in 1919. The act was meaningless because people were in shock, but the basic point of the matter is, in 1917 itself, the INC says, very simply, tell us. To that question, the British have no answer. So this August Declaration or Montagu's Declaration is seen as a turning point. So if you look at the larger psyche of rule, the British had never explicitly used the word responsible government. Responsible government means Indian government. Indian government anywhere else. And this term is going to become very important as we go on. So you understand the purpose, you understand the concept, and you understand the problems of Montague's declaration. If that is clear, then we go into Montagu-Chelmsford Act. It is a complex act, a very interesting act in that sense. The objections with Montague's statement was twofold: no specific time frame, and the government alone decides the nature, timing of the advance towards responsible government. Indians were resentful and would technically not like the British to give us self-rule, because their conception of self-rule is totally different. So, as the British government needed India's help in both resources and manpower in the First World War, this was seen as just a big drama of the government. Now, I have to discuss with you something extremely important, which is Montagu-Chelmsford. Can we do this? Everybody understands the purpose. If you are late, you understand this. This is just a declaration. It's just to get Indian support. That is it. Okay. Now, Government of India Act 1919, Montagu-Chelmsford reforms. So let's refresh our memory. As of 1918, what is the structure of the Government of India? The structure of the Government of India, and including England, is that you have the Secretary of State. He has his 15 members. He operates in India via the Governor General and Viceroy. The Governor General and Viceroy has his own Legislative Council and Executive Council. Okay. Now, at the provincial level, he operates via Bengal, Madras, Bombay, Punjab, Northwestern Frontier or Northwestern Province, Northwestern Frontier, I'll not say province, Northwestern Province, and Oudh. Right? And he has these governors here, and each of them have their own provincial legislative councils. This is the structure, more or less. Yes? Yes, very good. So, we've now refreshed our memory. Portfolio system here. One man has already entered this Executive Council. Legislative Council has now separate electorates. And everywhere here, there is separate electorate itself. And the concept is there. We don't have to go into separate electorates as of right now. There are major provincial legislative councils are the legislative councils under the governors. Now, before I go to 1919, I need to discuss something with you. In India, there's something called the union list, the state list, and the concurrent list. Yes? Union, concurrent, state. Yes. What is this concept of lists? What is the word which is used? Yes, Schedule 7. What is this word which is used? What is this? What is the exact word for this division? Very good, Sahil. This is technically the division of, not of power. It's called division of jurisdiction. It's a legislative jurisdiction which has been separated. It is technically separation of legislative jurisdiction. What I want you to understand is this word legislative jurisdiction. Legislative jurisdiction means that basically in India, there are certain things on which only the state can make laws. There are certain things on which the union can make laws, and there are certain things which on both they can make. This is the concept that laws can be made only by the state on certain things, only by the union on certain things, and both by the state and union. Union will prevail either way. Right? This is the concept of legislative jurisdiction, that you're dividing legislative jurisdiction. Now, I'll give you an example of legislative jurisdiction. For example, defense, finance, you have agriculture, law and order, you have education, health. These are legislative subjects. These are called subjects. These are called subjects. So, for example, defense will go into which? Defense will go into which? Same person, shall we? Yes. The union. This goes into the union. This goes into state. Etc. Etc. This goes into state. The basic point is their jurisdiction is specified. Their jurisdiction is specified. So, do we understand the concept of legislative jurisdiction? That basically there is a division of subjects. There is division of subjects. Now, this concept of legislative jurisdiction is actually introduced through the Montagu-Chelmsford reforms. So, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to discuss first the structural changes, and then I'm going to discuss with you the concept of legislative jurisdiction and the concept of diarchy. Because a lot of students think diarchy is the concept of diarchy. I'll tell you, diarchy is a structural. No, it's a jurisdictional concept. So, first, what I do with you is the concept of structural changes. And once I've done structural changes with you, then I will go into the concept of diarchy. I will discuss what is diarchy. But I'm telling you that if you are going to look for diarchy in this slide, you will not find it. Because it is a conceptual change in the British government, because it is based on legislative jurisdiction. And structural changes are separate to this concept. Are you understanding this point? That structural changes means how the structure of the government of India changed, whilst there will be also a conceptual change with regards to how government of India functioned. That is a functionary change. This is a structural change. Okay. So, let's discuss how things start to change. And it does a lot of major changes in India. First is that the Secretary of State will not remain alone with 15 members now. This was called what? This is called what? What is the exact word for this ministry? Come on, you've done this. We revise as we go on. Very good. It's called the India House. Very good. India House. Now, a major change is basically that there will be a new office which will be created at the English level, at England level. And that is based on, his name will be High Commissioner of India. This is the first major change, addition of new office. And certain functions will be transferred. Certain functions will be transferred from Secretary of State plus his 15 members to the High Commissioner of India, and specifically mostly diplomatic and foreign policy related. So now there is a major change in England, wherein the Secretary of State is not alone, or is not the only power now who controls the Governor General and Viceroy. There is an addition of a new office which is called the High Commissioner of India. This will be followed by changes in India. So till this point, it is technically what is happening in England. Now, whatever is below this line is all Indian changes. Indian changes mean what is happening in government of India. This is a change which happens in the government of Britain. This is a change which happens in the government of India. Now, you see, you have Governor General and Viceroy. But Governor General and Viceroy will now have a major change in India. He has his Executive Council. 3 out of 6 members will be Indian. However, the main change comes here, which is that it will introduce into India for the first time what is called bicameralism. Bicameralism means what? Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha are 2 houses of legislature. This is called what? This is called bicameral. When there's only one house, it is called unicameral. When there are 2 houses of legislature, it is called, or any 2 houses are called bicameral. So the second major change which happens under the Montagu-Chelmsford reforms is basically called bicameralism, because now there will be the Central Legislative Assembly or Council, and there will be addition of a new house which is called the Council of States. Council of States. There would be close to 145 seats here and 60 nominated seats here. 60 nominated seats here. This concept is called bicameralism. Can you now understand why India at the time of independence had 2 houses automatically? 2 houses automatically, because Montagu-Chelmsford reforms introduced into India the concept of bicameralism. Basically, 2 houses, and the concept is Governor General and Viceroy plus the Legislative Assembly or the Central Legislative Council and the Council of State will now be responsible for any form of lawmaking. So the basic point of the matter is there is the concept of bicameralism which has been introduced. But the changes don't stop here when it comes to structure, because there will also be a major change at the provincial level. So there are the governors, be it Madras, Bombay, Bengal, Northwestern Province, Punjab, Awadh, and Awadh. But a major change here is going to be that they had under them what? One house, one body, right? What was that one body under governors? Yes, Pranjul. They had one body, but now they will have 2 bodies. And you will see why later. Provincial Legislative Council, and now they will also get an Executive Council. This is the third major change, which is the addition of the Executive Council to the Governor's office. Now, are you able to see that basically the Governor's office looks like the 1909 central level, which is having LC and EC, the Legislative Council and Executive Council. But now they have made a major change in which that bicameralism will only be at the central level, only at center. This is not called bicameralism because there are 2 different executive councils. There are 2 different councils. The simple point of the matter is the concept of bicameralism only at center. Please understand this point. It's not a coincidence that I'm not writing it here. This level only bicameralism. Bicameralism is not going to be available at provincial level. So we are discussing three levels. I'm repeating myself again. This is the last of the major structural changes. The basic point of the matter is that you have Secretary of State. Certain diplomatic and foreign policy functions are taken away from him and given to the High Commissioner of India. There are two bodies that now at the English level. At the Governor General and Executive and Governor General and Viceroy level, there is the concept of bicameralism which is introduced, which is the concept of Central Legislative Assembly and Council of States. Executive Council will have 3 out of 6 members as Indians. But the major change is that now an Executive Council has been given to the Governor. Can you tell me why would there be a need for an Executive Council other than the concept of diarchy? Why? Because they needed diarchy and Executive Council. Why is that there was no need for Executive Council initially? Because we know that word. You know that word. You know that word. Very good. Anand, very good. Previously, there was legislative centralization. When they did not make laws, why will they implement it? But now that they are implementing law, they have laws to be legislated on, they will also execute them. So this is called further decentralization, which is that the governor can automatically make a law and also execute it. Because now the Executive Council does not execute laws for all of India. And the basic point is the jurisdiction of this body has been reduced. The jurisdiction of this body has been reduced. So when I talk about structural changes in the examination, prelims examination, if it says very simply bicameralism at center, you will be able to associate it with Montagu-Chelmsford reforms, but only bicameralism at the center. Simple point is, I'll simplify this diagram, but Secretary of State and High Commissioner now too, Governor General and Executive Council plus his 2 councils now, or bicameral legislative houses, and the governor has now an Executive Council. Basically, this is, I'll simplify this also. You have now Secretary of State plus High Commissioner. Then both of them control the Governor General of India and Viceroy. But he now has 2 houses. One, the Central Legislative Assembly and his Council of State. All these changes 1919. And he has his Executive Council. But what is more interesting is that at the governor level, also there are 2 bodies which are now there, which is Provincial Legislative Assembly and Executive Council. And Executive Council. Simple point. This together becomes the law making body. This is the executive body. This is called bicameralism. It's called bicameralism. And the first edition is here, second is here, third is here. Now, is this making sense? That the structural changes of 1919 are basically major structural changes. At all levels, changes have happened. At the English level, at the Governor General level, and at the provincial level. This is called provincial. This is called center or imperial. And this is England. Are we clear about these changes now? 3 levels we have major changes. Governor General has 2 councils and two major. He has 3 bodies under him now. Basically, two houses of legislature and 1 house of execution. Council of State again does the same thing. The basic is that they all, what happens, what is the purpose of the Raj Sabha? Same purpose the Council of State has. The law will be made in the Central Legislative Assembly, sent to the Council of State, then the Council of State will then send it to the Governor General and Viceroy. High Commissioner's function is basically diplomatic and foreign. So I only move to the next major change if you understand the structural change, because the addition of this is very strategic. We already knew that there's an executive council concept. Now both the Governor General and Viceroy has executive council, and the governor also has an executive council. Is this clear? Okay. Executive council, Sachin, here is addition basically as a form of implementing laws. Implementing provincial laws. Only implements imperial or central laws. I'll give you a very simple example of this also. Every state has a finance minister and the center also has a finance minister. Yes? Yes or no? That is the difference between this executive council and this executive council. We have one executive council at the center, finance minister, and then you have one executive council at the state, which is every state's finance minister. I want clarity here, because when I go to hierarchy, it will become totally different discussion. Structural change is clear. Secretary of State will have 15 members with... No, these are two separate bodies. There are two separate bodies. It's not linked to each other. Okay. I will tell you, Aman, the chronology. This is after Rowlatt, after Jallianwala Bagh. That is why so much concessions. Provincial Executive Council is going to be under whose control? Governor. It's under the governor. Can I move forward? Because then I go to the other major change, which is called hierarchy. Okay. Before this, province could make the law, but the executive council of the center is to execute it. Yes. And now they have their own executive council. Okay. Sahil, I have to cover Rowlatt Act with you. I'm doing this because it's a separate discussion other than national movement. Okay. Now, the other major concept which was introduced through Montagu-Chelmsford reforms is the functional and jurisdictional changes. This happens again in 1919. And basically, this is a very important concept for you. You need to understand this. All law subjects were divided into two. One called imperial, the other one called provincial. This is exactly as we see as union list and state list. Imperial and provincial. On the imperial, the Governor General plus his Viceroy, not his Viceroy, but Governor General and Viceroy. Governor General and Viceroy plus Central Legislative Assembly plus Council of States They together make laws. Now you get the concept of bicameralism, that basically on any subject which is imperial, there are now, like the president, Lok Sabha, Raj Sabha, exactly same viceroy, central legislative assembly, and council of states. This part is clear, because provincial is a little bit more complex. Yes, very good. Now, governor is like the president, yes. Now at the provincial level, here there is what the drama starts. There is what is called diarchy. Remember, no diarchy here. Diarchy only at provincial level. Only at provincial level. Diarchy means dual subject rule. I will tell you what it means. At the provincial level, the subjects were not straightforward. Here, all subjects under this list was legislated upon. However, at the provincial level, they were divided into two parts: reserved subjects and transferred subjects. This concept is called diarchy. This is called diarchy. And the concept was that on reserved subjects, the governor of province plus executive council can make laws, and on transfer subjects, governor plus provincial legislative council. Now think like a Britisher and tell me which subjects, useless subjects, will be placed under reserved or transferred. Transferred, because executive council, everybody is an European. So here there is no Indian element. So all important things kept with the governor and his executive council. On the other hand, all useless subjects were put here, because here you have Indian representation. Here you have Indian representation. So basically, this concept of dividing the list further into two is called diarchy. Now, if you understand this, I would like to simulate an example in front of you, and it will make more sense. This is called diarchy because a lot of students think that diarchy is a structural concept. It's not a structural concept. But now I hope you also understand why they needed to add this body. They needed to add this body. Why? Because can diarchy work without executive council? The advantage is every important subject remains with the British only. That is the basic point. That's the basic point. So the simple point is, I'll give you an example and it will automatically explain to you what is the concept. What is the concept? Let's take an example. Let's take an example. This is an example. Now pay attention if you're not able to get any aspect of this, but understand this very simply. I'm going to write some subjects. For example, defense, finance, agriculture, you have communication, you have irrigation, you have law and order, you have education, you have finance of the state or of the province. Thereafter, you have taxation, toll and what is called as customs. Toll and customs. You want to add police, you add police into this, but I would have to write it somewhere. Police. I'm giving you an example. It does not really matter. Toll and what we can say, toll tax, taxation and customs. Now, how does the Government of India Act 1919 work? Is that first there will be a division. The division is going to be defense and finance, communication, taxation and custom. All of these will be chosen as what? As what? This would be what type of list? This should be what? Very good. This will go under the imperial list. This will go under the imperial list. And on this, who has the right to make laws? Governor General and Viceroy plus his Central Legislative Assembly plus his Council of State. I hope this is not a problem. That you understand that these are very, very important subjects. So they are kept with the center. Obviously, the British is not going to give you this much power. Now, agriculture, irrigation, finance, law and order, toll tax and police all will go under the concept of provincial. However, these subjects will be further subdivided. These subjects will be further subdivided into two: reserved and transferred. And what is going to happen is that, for example, law and order, finance of province, toll tax and police, this will be kept with the reserved. And because there is no Indian here, basically it will be governor plus executive council. You try to understand what the British are ultimately trying to do. They will give Indians useless subjects to make laws on. So agriculture, irrigation, education will be made into areas in which the governor plus legislative council. Are you now able to understand this concept? It's technically making a fool of Indians. That's it. This is called diarchy. It only applies to the province. There's no executive member. There's no member in the executive council of the governor. This is the concept of jurisdictional division of laws, and thereafter the concept of diarchy. If this will make sense, then I'll bring both the flowcharts together and then I will give you the summary. RV executives don't make laws, but here the governor has been given the power to only consult the executive council. This is the irony. You see something. At the imperial level, they do not actually include the executive council. But because they had to give us a lollipop, they give us this lollipop in which where the Indian element is basically they try to give them useless subjects, transferred subjects, and the reserved subjects were for the governor and his executive council. But the name is executive council, executive councillor, but is still part of the law making process. How can executives make law? Praveen, British can do anything. If they say that the sun goes up and down on the opposite direction, that is law. The basic point of the matter is this shows you how the British act in their own interest. So the concept of diarchy, whatever does not fall in any list goes to the Governor General. And I'll tell you one more thing, which is that the governor has veto. He has veto over transferred and reserved. Any law he doesn't like, he takes a veto on it. I'll go into the other changes also. There's another set of changes, for example, in separate electorates also. Do we understand diarchy? Diarchy is not a structural change, it's a jurisdictional concept. Are we all clear with regards to this? It is giving power, but technically doing a drama of power. That's it. That is it. Simple. Okay, so now I'll bring both these two together, and thereafter our work with regards to Montagu-Chelmsford is done. I'll discuss the other smaller provisions, but the basic concept. See, the concept is very simple. Secretary of State and High Commissioner they operate in India via, third time we are repeating, I hope nobody has any problem. Viceroy, he has his own two bodies, Executive Council. See, don't feel absurd that how can executive councillors be part? British does not care about these things. Your modern notion does it, but does not really matter. Central Legislative Assembly, and thereafter you have Council of States, and together this whole body legislates on imperial list of subjects, and thereafter at the next level you have governor, and he has two bodies under him, Legislative Council, Executive Council. And simple point is reserved subjects, transferred subjects. Is this clear now? This is called bicameralism. This is the new house which has been added, and this is the new change which has been done. These are three changes. Can we move on to the other minor but important points? Everybody has to agree, then we go forward. There should be no doubt with regards to this. High Commissioner is in England. Is this clear? Because if you will actually read it out of the slides or any random book, you will never understand the nitty-gritty of the system, which I've tried to push here. Now there is no Indian here. Indians are here. This is called High Commissioner has been formed because there was a need to separate the functions of foreign policy with regards to the war itself. High Commissioner's function is basically foreign policy. Indians are part of this body. Indians are here. Indians are here also. Indians are here also. It's just here that there is nothing. In this area, there is nothing. Can I go to the minor points? Is the structure of the government of India and its functional changes clear? I'm going to, this is we've discussed it 4 times now in different forms. I hope it should be conceptually clear to everybody. Okay, perfect. Now, there is other set of changes also. Separate electorates will be extended to the Sikhs, Anglo-Indians, Europeans, and Christians. Anglo-Indian is basically one father is British and mother is Indian. What will the Executive Council do at center? It will execute imperial laws. It will try to execute the defense policy, the finance policy. So now, 1909, it was only Muslims. Only. Now, 1919, you see how the British are basically starting to divide India into a pizza. Wherever they can see a division, there will be a place. And you will see, and I'll tell you why Sikhs, because of the Rowlatt Act, which I will tell you. Jallianwala. Thereafter, there's also another concept that the Central Public Service Commission, for which you are now preparing UPSC, will be sanctioned and established by 1926. So it would be sanctioned under this law, and by 1926, the Central Public Service Commission will be established. Ordinance power only with Governor General. Further, women were given for the first time limited voting rights based on wealth and taxes. But the irony of the story is that no Indian women used to pay taxes. So it was technically a useless provision. So if you look at it, the major changes in the Montagu-Chelmsford reforms is basically based on the structural change, which is the concept of High Commission. I'll remove this plus so that you don't confuse yourself. Yes. You have High Commission of India and Secretary of State, bicameralism at center, and Executive Council added at the governor's level. Further, there will be also jurisdictional changes in which hierarchy will be introduced, and then minor points of change, separate electorates, much more major in that sense, Central Public Service Commission. If this is clear, I would like to read it out from the PPT and we close this topic. Okay. Let's discuss the Montagu-Chelmsford reforms, Government of Act 1919. One more act is left, 1935. Tomorrow we will do, if not tomorrow, Monday for sure. Because I have to reach till, I have to cross CDM for that. So 1909, Indians not satisfied, obviously. Separate electorates introduced. Self-governing rights were increasing in the First World War, but the drama was that Lucknow Pact, everybody's come back together, moderates and extremists are together. Aim is to increase the participation of Indians in the administration. But I will tell you that one of the most important context is actually Jallianwala Bagh incident, or what we call as massacre. That will become a major context for this act, because what I give you next is the timeline itself. And separate electorates will now be pushed to the Sikhs for the same reason. And the concept of self-government is something which they were talking about. That is why this whole emphasis. So for the first time, there was a relaxation of central control over provinces with the demarcation and separation of central and provincial subjects. Central, or what we call as imperial and provincial legislature were authorized to make laws on their respective list of subjects. However, the structure of government continued to be centralized and unitary, in the sense that basically still the governor general and viceroy has all the power. Then bicameral legislation will come at the center, and the Legislative Council was replaced by bicameral legislature, upper house, Council of States, lower house, Legislative Assembly. Majority of the members of both the houses were chosen by direct election. And now Legislative Assembly and Council of States consist of 145 and 60 members. This concept of direct election is now come through. So basically now that indirect form of concept is gone, an electorate is created via taxation concept. Separate electorates will be given to the Sikhs, Anglo-Indians, Indian Christians, and Europeans. Legislatures would be now asked to, would technically permitted to ask questions and supplementary and pass adjournment motions, vote on the budget. But 75% of the budget was still not votable. So 25% of the budget was actually votable in that sense. The basic point is why indirect removed? Because they are talking about self-government. Self-government, self-government. Nomination was not possible to so many seats in that sense. The most important provision which was introduced by the Montagu-Clement reforms, however, was the diarchy, which is that only at the provincial legislature level, there were two subjects which were there, one in which ministers were connected, one in which the executive councillors were connected. One in which this is governor plus executive council, this is governor plus legislative council. The reserve subjects were mostly useless, were important subjects of the state, and these were useless subjects on which Indians could legislate. Administered by the governor and his executive council without being responsible to the legislative council, finance, law and order, land, revenue, irrigation. While on the other hand, administered by the governor with the aid of the ministers responsible to the legislative council, health, education, industry, local government, things which don't really matter. However, the governor would have the right to veto any bill and issue ordinances, but his ordinance was more or less not used. Ordinance making power is actually with the governor general and viceroy, more or less. He can introduce it, but we see that the governor general and viceroy used to automatically intervene in the story. Then there are other minor points. Women were given the right to vote, but still based on income criteria, income rule, which never applied to women itself. Indian legislature was made more representative. 3 out of the 6 members of Viceroy's Executive Council were to be Indians. Created the High Commission for India in London, transferred some subjects which were performed by the Secretary of State for India, and provided for the establishment of a Public Service Commission. Central Public Service Commission, or UPSC today called, will be then established in 1926. First time provincial budgets were separated from central budgets, authorized them to enact their own budgets, and provided for this is a very important point. It said that after 10 years, we will see if 1919 Act is working or not. And this will be very significant because Simon Commission came 2 years early, and basically Simon Commission was exact same provision. Indian Statutory Commission needed to come in 1929, but because of the pressure which was created, it will come in 1927 only, which we will discuss when we'll talk about the post non-cooperation movement period. So basically, with this, we finish this section of our discussion. Are we all now on the same page with regards to this? A major discussion, a major constitutional discussion I needed to have with you. If this is clear, then I give you a timeline for what we have to cover other than this. Yes? Great. Perfect, perfect, and perfect. So let us discuss the two other concepts. Butler Commission, Yuvraj, I will do separately when I'll do paramountcy. Okay. It is linked to paramountcy, but I will discuss it separately. Okay. Thereafter, one more timeline, but it is not linked to this one. It's a separate timeline. And that timeline starts with 1919, 1920, 1st August 1920, 31st August 1920. Thereafter, September 1920, and then December 1920, till 1922, February. Okay. You can make out that one is the story of Rowlatt Act. This is the story of Rowlatt Satyagraha. And this is the story of non-cooperation movement. Okay, so let me put in the details now. Simply 1914, First World War begins. Thereafter, 1915, you have Defense of India Act to check revolutionary activities in India. Then you have Montagu's Declaration, also called August Declaration. Then 1918, World War I, what we call as ends. 1st April will come Rowlatt Act, Hartal under Rowlatt Satyagraha, arrest of Saifuddin Kichlev and Dr. Satyapal. Jallianwala Bagh massacre. Withdrawal of Rowlatt, not Rowlatt Act, but Rowlatt Satyagraha by Gandhi. And thereafter, you have August, September 1919, Montagu Chelmsford reforms. Now you understand, after creating the whole mess of this Jallianwala Bagh, they will give this (1990). August offer is 1940. Please don't confuse August offer, totally different concept. Okay. In between here, you can add one more date. which is 10th April, which is called Amritsar violence. I will discuss this with you in that sense. Now, the above story is equally important. See, carrot came first, Montague Declaration, stick came second, then again the carrot came. Are you able to understand? 1917, the carrot, then Rowlatt Satyagraha, the stick, then thereafter the carrot again. Carrot, stick, carrot, stick, carrot, stick policy. Now, you don't have to go into the year dates 9th April, 13th April, but at least you know 1919 is Rowlatt Satyagraha. 1919 is also the year of the Treaty of Versailles or Versailles as it is called. This is the First World War ending properly. It will then be followed by one important concept which is called the Treaty of Sevres and the concept of Khilafat issue. Now, till 1st August 1920, Khilafat issue not adopted by INC. INC informally accepts special session. Special session. It is called the Calcutta session. And this is called the Nagpur, very historic Nagpur session. And this is Chauri Chaura. First August, yes, Tilak will die. Are we able to make sense of this timeline? And are you able to understand? I have to discuss two different events with you in the larger context. Yes? Yes. So we have already done Montague Chelmsford here in this. No, later sign it will become more. You will see. But this is the basic timeline we are going to cover today. Now let's do one thing. Let's take a break here. So that now when I go into the movements, there's no in between. There's no basically interruption. We'll go straight. We'll discuss Rowlatt and then we'll understand non-cooperation. Acceptable? Montague Chelmsford reforms is clear. You understand the larger constitutional development. Now I want to talk about Rowlatt, then Jallianwala Bagh, and then go to non-cooperation. Right? Perfect. So it is exactly 6:20. We come at 6:30. Great. See you at 6:30. We consolidate everything. Welcome back. Okay. We have to discuss Jallianwala Bagh. We have to discuss everything. Just an overview. Okay. Can we start again? Yes? Okay. So now our discussion for Jallianwala Bagh and Rowlatt Satyagraha starts. So first point you need to understand is, see that the Gadar movement had become a problem for the British. 1913, 1914. The Gadar movement was becoming a problem for the British, and generally there were revolutionaries who were operating both in India and abroad. For example, you have Anusilan, Yugantar, Abhinav Bharat, and outside India you have India House, Kama, Bikaji Kama, Chattopadhyay. The basic point of the matter is revolutionary spirit was spreading. Now the answer to this solution, or to this problem, the answer to this problem is an act which is the father of Rowlatt Act, or it is called Anarchical and Revolutionary Crimes Act, as it is called Rowlatt Act, Sidney Rowlatt, is called the Defense of India Rules. Defense of India Act 1915. Madam Bikaji Kama was very important because she was operating from Paris, doing a helping. All are revolutionaries only. Now, the Defense of India Act basically was used very, very effectively during the war. So, the excuse the British gave was that we are bringing in because we have to defend India. And that's why it's called Defense of India Act itself. And it was rather used to crush Anusilan also, to crush Abhinav Bharat in India, and to crush the Gadar movement. So basically, all of them will get eliminated because of this act itself, which is Defense of India Act 1915. But why was this act so important or so dangerous is because Defense of India Act has certain provisions which were precursors of the Rowlatt Act. For example, it said that anybody could be arrested and without trial or evidence, just based on suspicion, that person could be jailed for 2 years. So you can be arrested, the police can arrest you, cannot put you on trial, cannot show any evidence. Just based on suspicion, they will keep you in jail for 2 years. Further, there's no concept of trial by jury or courts. No evidence needed generally. And the fact that I don't like how you look is enough for the police to pick you up. Will be used to crush most of the revolutionary activity in India. But then why am I discussing about the Defense of India Act? Basically, in 1919, suspicion means that I'm not clear about you. There's a sandeh, suspicion, that basically I don't know your demeanor. You could be doing something wrong. So it's wrongful activity. So basically, why am I discussing doubt? Doubt is a much milder word for that. Suspicion is a much bigger word. Doubt in you. So 1919, there will be a committee which will be established, which is called the Sidney Rowlatt Committee. And the Sidney Rowlatt Committee 1918-19 will be given the task Doubt about what? That you are acting against the state. The police could not like your haircut and put you under Defense of India Act 1915. It's all arbitrarily. It's all arbitrary. Suspicion means that you were standing somewhere there from where Aurobindo Ghosh went. Suspicion. Picked up. The basic point of the matter is that Sidney Rowlatt Act or Sidney Rowlatt was asked to check, does the Defense of India Act make sense after the war? After the war. And the Sidney or the Rowlatt Act or Rowlatt Committee will thereafter say, yes, we can go ahead with an act in a new form, which can be the indefinite extension or the permanent implementation of Defense of India Act. And that is why it's called the Rowlatt Act. It comes from the fact that it was Sidney Rowlatt who said, yes, we can apply this. So basically, why am I discussing this issue? Because Rowlatt Act did not fall from the sky, or the provisions of Rowlatt Act was nothing new. What Rowlatt Act actually was doing, or as it is called in the legislature, in the Imperial Legislative Council, as it was called, the Anarchical and Revolutionary Crimes Act. What Rowlatt Act was technically doing, in its true form, it was extending or making the Defense of India Act 1915 provisions permanent. And that is why people believe that, okay, you wanted to defend India during the war. This act was a very dangerous act. It's called the Black Act, because anybody can be picked up, and I'll tell you the provisions of it. But what I want you to understand first is that the Defense of India Act 1915 is the foundation of the Rowlatt Act. Can we agree to this? Yes? Very good. So the act already existed. The act already existed. Rowlatt Act was only pushing it and making it permanent. Now, when we talk about its provisions, you see the way it was actually there. According to the act, any Indian could be arrested on the charge of sedition even on suspicion without any trial and jailed for 2 years. The first major provision was the main crux of Defense of India Act. Pick up anybody and everybody. This is how Anushilan Samiti will be picked up. This is how Defense of India Act was used to pick up the Yugantar, the Anushilan or the Abhinav Bharat. This provision is now becoming permanent. So if you are doing any activity which the British or the police thinks is unlawful or seditious, you'll be picked up. But what is even more dangerous, habeas corpus, the concept of show me the body, that you can be, this court can say to the police that you bring me the person to the court, which is the foundation of civil rights and civil liberty. That was also suspended. Nobody could ask for your preventive detention or your arrest to be annulled. So the act allowed political activists to be tried without juries and even imprisoned without trial. Nothing. Police saw you, they didn't like your face, you looked like a seditious person, they picked you up, put you in jail, and no questions asked. And if there was a need for a jury, a 3-member High Court judge committee would be formed, in which they would be pushed in. But if the 3-member jury says that you are guilty of what you are, there is no court of appeal. You cannot go anywhere to appeal. For example, you were picked up by mistake. You can't appeal to anybody, be it the courts, or if the 3-member High Court judges say that yes, your detention or your arrest is correct, then no appeal itself. And what would have been permitted under, maybe previously as evidence under Indian Evidence Act, you don't need to do that. For example, rumors are not allowed under Indian Evidence Act. However, Rowlatt Act allowed. I heard a rumor that he was giving a abuse, he was giving a gali to the British. Police says seditious activity. Rumor didn't say anything. Rumor picked up. Allowed arrest of Indians without warrants on mere suspicion. Policing powers misused at high level. And that is why when the movement will start, there will be a very important slogan: no appeal, no dalil, no vakil. Rowlatt that is why considered one of the worst acts in India. One of the worst acts. And the context of the Rowlatt Act itself is not that it was something new. It was actually the Defence of India Act 1915, also refers as the Defence of India Regulation or Defence of India Regulation Acts, was an emergency criminal law enacted by Governor General in 1915 with the intention to curtail revolutionary activities during the First World War. This act was again similar to the Defence of Realms Act, which is the whole empire, and granted a lot of powers: preventive detention, internment without trial, which is to keep somebody in your custody, restriction on writing, speech, and movement. And the first Lahore conspiracy trial for the Gadar movement in 1915 was done under this. And be it the Anushilan Samiti or the Gadar movement, all were crushed like this only. The basic point of the matter is the British were now becoming more and more frustrated. So just 6 months before the Montfort reforms, Montfort means Montague Chelmsford. So they pick up Mont and Ford. That is why Montfort reforms. There will be 2 bills which will be introduced in the Imperial Legislative Council. One will be dropped, but the one which will persist is Anarchical Revolutionaries and Revolutionary Crimes Act 1919. And based on the Rowlatt Committee, which was given this question that seditious committee or sedition committee, that should it be extended? Should it be extended further? The concept was yes, it should be extended further to 1918, 1919 period. And they said that let us make this provision permanent itself. This indefinite extension of this emergency provision, therefore, was seen as everybody as a major point of problematic existence. So now let me bring everything together. When it will be introduced, there was a very small minority of Indians in the Imperial Legislative Council, and it will be basically the official majority will overrule it, and a lot of members will also resign over it. For example, Jinnah, Madan Mohan Malviya, Mazul Haq, all will resign over it. These are very minor points. Now please listen to me. Simple point. 3 things. 1915 Government of Defence of India Act was the real act which was there initially. Sidney Rowlatt, the Sedition Committee, the Rowlatt Committee was given this question, and the Rowlatt Act was the permanency or permanently applying the Defence of India Act or under this new act itself. The purpose, as a lot of you are asking me, is basically suppression of the revolutionary activities in India. Simple point is, Defence of India Act was an emergency provision. They make it permanent through the Rowlatt Act. Provisions are all forms of civil liberties taken away, arrest without trial, and everything around it was also based around suspicion, policing powers, treason, sedition. It's an act which is totally arbitrary. Can we agree to this basic context? Then we go into Rowlatt Satyagraha. Because a lot of students believe that somehow the Rowlatt Act was something new. So that is why I am telling you it's not nothing new. It is just a modified form of the Defence of India Act. And simple point of the matter is, once this act is going to become permanent, it will literally become impossible to do any form of revolutionary activity, because the police can pick you up very quickly. Defense of India Act is the starting point, used to suppress the Ghadar movement, goes to the Sydney Audit Committee. Thereafter, Audit Committee says yes, introduced in the Imperial Legislative Council, gets passed, Indian members who are there will resign, but thereafter it will become an act in 1919 April. Can we now talk about Gandhi's response and the basic point? I have everything written in the PPT. You can see already. The provisions are given. Everything else is given. Okay. Now, the most important discussion. How did we respond to this act? We all are on the same page. Can I move forward? Yes? Okay. Now, Gandhi saw this as an opportunity. Gandhi saw this as an opportunity. This was one act which impacted everybody, which was going to impact everybody. And Gandhi was very quick to say that this act is unacceptable. It's a black act. It is British rule. British rule. British don't act like this. He believed that this is unacceptable behavior by the imperial power. And simple point is that this act needs to be taken away. Now, Gandhi had already proven himself via Champaran, Kheda and Ahmedabad. But now he was waiting for the right moment to launch himself. And that launching moment is 1919, and his concept that we will follow Satyagraha on 6th April 1919. He will announce it as a day of the All India Hartal. All India Hartal, which is Hartal means strike. He will say that everybody is going to respond to the Rowlatt Act in their own way. People who are, for example, trying to do something with the government, boycott it. Workers should go on a strike. Peasants should not pay rent. Basic point of the matter is it was just his basic ideology, his basic methodology, but at an all India level, which is that he said that we will go for all India. This was something which was unknown in India, which is an all India level movement itself. So while Gandhi will say that this is unacceptable, we have to go for an all India Hartal, 6th April 1990 will be chosen as the date. Even before 6th April came, on 8th, on 5th, 4th and 5th, in major cities such as Bombay, Delhi, Calcutta and Madras, there will be clashes which will happen between the police and the people. And the fact is that on 6th April 1919, it was a spectacle to watch because everybody was on the streets, everybody was striking, workers were not working in the factories. It was a moment of awe because now for the first time Indian nationalism had become mass nationalism. But one thing which Gandhi had made very, very clear was that violence should not happen. Violence should not happen. The 6th April 1919 concept was Hartal should happen. It's the first all India strike in India. And simple point is there should be no violence. But be it 4th, be it 5th, violence was now becoming a little bit common, which is the police and the people clashing. As a moment, it's not anything which technically needs nitty-gritty or details, except for the fact that it is 6th April 1919, Hartal. But what is more important is what is going to happen in Punjab. So I'll just discuss this aspect with you. Gandhi called Rowlatt Act the Black Act and argued that not everybody should get the punishments of isolated political crimes. Having seen that the constitutional protest will fail, Gandhi organized a Satyagraha Sabha, Swadharma Prathana Sabha, prayer meeting for all religions, and roped in the younger members of the Home Rule League. And how you see, he will now pull in the Home Rule League movement personalities. And the form of protest which was finally chosen was observance of a nationwide hartal accompanied by fasting and prayer and civil disobedience of specific laws, courting arrest and imprisonment. So whatever you can do, you do. But the All India Hartal was something really, really important. Gandhi very clear that we have to make this a big moment. We have to show to the British that we all don't agree with this act itself. So he is now using the cadre of the Home Rule League to spread this concept. The Indians by this point of time had also changed, which is that the masses by this point of time had now found some direction under Gandhi, and they were ready to act when it came to Gandhi asking them to act. The peasant and artisan had also got integrated. This is the contribution of Gandhi, most important contribution of Gandhi, that basically the peasant and the worker had now become part of the national movement. And the orientation of the national movement had permanently been changed because Gandhi now talked about mass nationalism and mass awakening. Therefore, why in 1919 everybody was ready to go for the All India strike on 6th April was that people now believed in Gandhi that something could change and we can change India. However, as I said, on 6th April and even before that, violence will erupt in a lot of areas, specifically the major cities. Now, if you understand that basically this is one day affair, I want to go to Punjab where we need to discuss what is going to happen. It's just a hartal along with the individual forms of resistance. The basic point is people made it a very big moment by becoming a part of this movement in the larger context. Now, why are we going to Punjab? We are going to Punjab for a very simple reason. Because Punjab represents a very important province at this point of time. See, the Punjabis were extremely disillusioned. They had generation after generation for 4 years back to back sent their men to the war. What had come back was just their coffins. Punjab had contributed to the war effort quite a lot. They had contributed extremely immensely in this whole concept. And Punjab expected something from the British. Punjab expected at least some concession, something at least from the British. But what were they given? Instead of their efforts of putting and defending the empire for 4 years, what were they given in 1919? They were either given dead men or Rowlatt Act. The Rowlatt Act was a major slap on the face of the Punjabi because he had relentlessly contributed to the war effort. He was expecting something good after the war ended. But what was given to them was that their Gadar movement had already been destroyed, and they now had a certain anger within them. They now had a certain anger within them because be it the Bengal sector or the Bombay sector, be it Madras, population wise, the percentage population close to 60 to 70% of all Indian men who went to different parts of the world to fight in the First World War on the behalf of the British. are all Punjabis. So you have worked all day, toiled all day. You had been promised something very important, something big. And what do you get? Rowlatt Act. This is why Punjab is important in this story, because there was an anger which was developing in Punjab quite a lot. Quite a lot. You had been promised something very good, but you were now being given something really absurd and hideous. So vis-a-vis anywhere else, Punjab and Amritsar was already very, very explosive and very, very, in a way, heated, because the people were frustrated. Were frustrated. You were promised matar paneer ka sabji and then you were given Karela. And that level of fear and anger and that level of frustration is the context for what is going to happen here on. So on 1st April 1919, when the British will enact the Rowlatt Act, the Punjabi will feel betrayed. He will feel betrayed, he will feel frustrated, he will technically embody anger. So I hope you can feel that anger in you, because that 1919 act was a major slap on their effort. They had lost their men, their children, and their youth in the war. So do you understand the importance of Punjab as a province in this story? Because if you do, then I talk to you about a very, very important concept. Now, the Punjab governor is a very sadistic personality. Name is Michael O'Dwyer. Please understand one thing. Michael O'Dwyer and Dyer are different. I will discuss you. He is the governor, rather lieutenant governor of Punjab. So he basically is a very sadistic personality. When it came to dispersing people, he used to ask the Air Force to shoot the people. It's called strafing. That he used to say that you use the Air Force and use their guns to disperse the people. That was the level of sadistic, imperial, and whatever you want to call him, which is Michael O'Dwyer. That Michael O'Dwyer actually embodied if you have an image of a Britisher, he is that Britisher. Now, what is going to happen is that on 9th April, two very important leaders of the Punjab Congress, Saifuddin Kichlev and Dr. Satyapal, they will be picked up. By the police using the Rowlatt Act. During the Rowlatt Act, they were technically protesting against the Rowlatt Act itself. And Dr. Saifuddin Kichlev and Dr. Satyapal will be thereafter picked up using the Rowlatt Act provisions, and they will be taken to an unknown location. So now people were already mad, and the British will use the Rowlatt Act on Punjab. Now, basically, Punjab will come to a boil. Punjab will come to a boil. And the most important date in this story is the 10th April Amritsar story. Or we'll say Amritsar incidents. See, the All India Hartal has already happened. All India Hartal has already happened. Everything else has already happened. But Punjab is under a boil because even after the Hartal, their leaders have been picked up on 9th April. And on 10th April, there will be extreme level of violence on the part of Indians. These are called the Amritsar violence. In this whole episode, any Britisher who was seen on the street was picked up, killed. Banks, the European banks, their furniture was taken out, burnt, and 5 Europeans had been thrown into that burning furniture. The Punjabi anger came out on 10th April. They will kill, they will hit, they will destroy the property of the government. Extreme level of violence happens because a lot of students and a lot of books talk about 13th April, which is Jallianwala Bagh, without talking about 10th April. My PhD coursework is on Jallianwala Bagh only. And basically, you cannot understand 13th April without understanding 10th April. Gandhi did not have any control. People had gone mad. If you will ever read, and if you get a chance to read the Hunter Commission report, it's a 1500-page report which came after Jallianwala Bagh. The scenes which are described in that for 10th April is unprecedented. The Punjabi anger had come in so much wrath that people, Europeans literally were taking whatever they could and leaving Punjab at that point of time, specifically Amritsar. So close to 6 different Europeans will be killed in this process. And there will be a nun who works in the church, nun, Marcella Sherwood, her name was. She would be going from one part of the city to her church, from the school to the church. And there will be a mob which will pick up that nun. They will literally beat her, not kill her, but beat her to death on the street and leave her to die on that day. Later picked up by the church people, the missionaries will come and rescue her. But she became the symbol of the level of violence which technically happened that day. And the Punjabis had a bent up anger, and they did not care who came into their hands that day. They beat that Britisher up. So now the anger has been vented. The anger has been vented. The British will somehow bring all this violence into control by 10th night, 11th morning. But now the British will seek revenge. And the Lieutenant Governor O'Dwyer was already a sadistic man. He will call, after the 10th April incident, on 11th April morning, General Dyer will come and will come to Amritsar. He had his regiment with him. Regiment is all Indian, and that is the irony of this story. All Indian soldiers in his regiment. And I'm going to tell you something which technically no book will, because it is one of the major findings in the research. It is believed that basically there was a formal transfer of power from the civil administration to the military administration. When military takes over civil administration, what is it called? What is it called? Martial law. It's called martial law. Basically, martial law is when the civil machinery is taken over by the IS, gives the power to the general who has come. So civil machinery gives the power to the military. Now, basically, under the Government of India rules and under the rules and conduct of the ICS and the military, this formal transfer should have happened on paper. On paper. But if you go to the Panjar archive and look for any of this paper, this whole thing happened illegally. Dyer came, he sat on the district magistrate's chair, and that was the transfer of power from civil to military. That was the first major discrepancy which the British did. And this is how I told you that the British don't care about their own rules when it comes to their revenge. Now Dyer will wait and wait. He will wait for the right moment to take revenge. And his revenge is going to come on 13th April 1919, which was Baisakhi Day. Baisakhi Day in Punjab, and Baisakhi is a very important festival. Now you see, if you've been to Amritsar, if you've been to the Golden Temple has a small bagh next to it. It is called the Jallianwala Bagh. So people went, took the holy bath, and did their prayers in the Golden Temple, and then they went and settled down themselves into the Jallianwala Bagh. And the Jallianwala Bagh has one problem, that as a bagh, it only has basically one proper entry and exit. One proper entry and exit, because there are smaller gates, but a huge crowd can only enter from one gate and exit from one gate. Also has a well in the corner. Now people obviously will go from the bagh, from the Golden Temple, and go and settle down and have a rest in Jallianwala Bagh. Now there's again a major myth which a lot of previous research points out, is that on 13th April 1919 there was a curfew. Curfew means that not more than 5 people can ever travel together. Everybody is following me in this story till this point. Everybody is following me the basic pretext here. Yes. Now it is believed that on 13th April 1919 the curfew had been put in, and Jallianwala Bagh had very small notice on its gate that curfew has been applied. Please do not congregate here. But a small English notice on a big gate makes no sense. Dyer will not make announcements throughout the city because if there's a curfew, there is always constant announcement that there's a curfew in the city, do not travel, go back home. He will not do anything. He will just silently wait for the people to gather in this bagh. In the corner of this bagh, there was also a small meeting to discuss what to do now that the Saifuddin Kichlev and Dr. Satyabal have been arrested. It was a small meeting, but most of the people in this bagh were non-political. Non-political. They were not part of, they were actually not part of any political activity. Now, what is ironic is, which again comes out of the Hunter Commission report, is that Dyer had never actually applied curfew. Basically, once Jallianwala Bagh will happen, he will then issue orders for curfew on 14th April, not 13th April. So basically, what Dyer was doing on that day was completely illegal, but the British books argue that there was a curfew. No, there wasn't a curfew. There wasn't a curfew. The curfew had been applied next day. So now Dyer gets to know that there's a gathering in this part of the city. He takes his 2 regiments along with 3 machine guns. 3 machine guns. And the initial plan of Dyer was he would put the machine guns inside the bagh and then shoot the people. As soon as he comes, he locks all the smaller gates. And it is literally quoted in the commission meeting that he literally tried to push the machine guns into the gate, but the machine guns were too big. And Dyer was actually disappointed that the machine guns did not go in. So after his utter dismay, but fortunately, he will then ask his all Indian regiments to stand in 2 files. One standing up, one standing down. Without any announcement, without any warning, without anything, he will ask to shoot. He will say, fire. And the people who were sitting there did not even know what happened. At the Jallianwala Bagh, innocent people were shot by Dyer's regiment constantly. And while we don't have any official data, well, we have no official data exact how many people died, we know one thing for sure because Dyer was very meticulous about that. 1,650 rounds were fired. 1,650 shots were fired. Half of the people died in stampede. Half of them, in order to evade being shot, will throw themselves into the well and drown to death. And one small boy called Udham Singh will get shot in his leg and he will lie in this bagh that day. The official estimate of the British was that 600 people died, 1,500 people had been wounded. The Congress committee report says that 2,000 were injured, 1,000 were dead. But all of this is conservative estimate because what is believed is that there were close to 10,000 people there in this bagh. We just know one thing, 1,650 rounds fired, but the most conservative estimate is that 3,000 people were killed and close to 4,000 people were injured in this massacre called the Jallianwala Bagh massacre. Dyer will simply then ask his regiment to board on the trucks he came in, and he will leave this area. And now Jallianwala Bagh was the example set by the British and their revenge for 10th April of the Amritsar violence. On the street on which Marcella Sherwood had been beaten up, Indians will be asked to crawl. Punjabis will be asked to crawl on their belly so as to show that they were sorry about that. Punjab, which had contributed the most to the British in the First World War, also saw the worst of the British imperialism and colonialism in the Jallianwala Bagh incident. This incident single-handedly is called the darkest moment in Indian history. The British had finally showed their true colors of what they were. Rabindranath Tagore will give up his title. Gandhi will give up his Kaisar-e-Hind title he had received in South Africa. And the basic point is the violence which Gandhi saw at Jallianwala Bagh was too much for Gandhi to understand anything forward. And that is why on 18th April, he will withdraw the Rowlatt Satyagraha itself. But Gandhi learned one thing very, very clearly, that the only way to get independence was non-violence, because if the British could do one Jallianwala Bagh, they could do multiple. Is the story of Jallianwala Bagh clear? If it is, then I'll talk to you about what happened thereafter, and then we see the PPT. Yes? Now, what happens after this is that the Hunter Commission will be established. Dyer will be removed from his position. However, he will be asked to resign. He will not be asked, he will technically not be court-martialed. He will be tried in front of the court. Hunter Commission actually has two reports in it. There were 3 Indian members in that commission. One is called the majority report, 7 people, and 3 Indian minority report. While the majority report did not even condemn Dyer and said that Dyer acted in the line of duty, though it is very well quoted in the minority report that everything, martial law transfer to the curfew, all were done illegally, and the curfew was not in effect when Jallianwala Bagh happened, and Dyer did it later as a face-saving measure. Still, the British Parliament, a lot of people sympathized with Dyer because he had lost his job. The Morning Post, the newspaper in Britain, is going to then start a campaign to give some financial help to Dyer, who had lost his job, and 20,000 pounds will be actually collected in the name of Dyer, in which even Rudyard Kipling had contributed to. Dyer will be removed. However, he will never be condemned. The British will never accept that what they had done was one of the most barbarous activities in the world. And thereafter, the Indian National Congress will also form its committee to cross-check what the Hunter Commission had done. But what they did was just inflate the data. There are 2 Hunter Commissions. This is called the Hunter Committee, that is Hunter Commission. The Congress committee will say that the numbers are not totally there. Numbers are not totally there. And the basic point of the matter is that The Hunter Commission will fully remove all responsibility of Dyer or even O'Dwyer. Unfortunately, we did not get a chance to kill Dyer. Dyer will later die a natural death through disease. But in 1940, finally, Udham Singh, who was there, present there in the Jallianwala Bagh, will go to London and shoot O'Dwyer as a form of revenge for what had happened. Basically, the lieutenant governor was shot. Dyer had already died. The Rowlatt Satyagraha, in the larger context of Indian history that ways, was actually a moment in which two things came out very clearly. The Indian people were ready for nationalism but were not ready to do it under non-violence. Basically, Gandhi saw that the people were not ready. And second is that Jallianwala Bagh proved one thing for sure, as they're called Punjab wrongs, that the British did not care how they got revenge or how they held on to Indian rule. And this is the pretext for what is going to follow, which is the non-cooperation movement. Are we all clear with regards to the basic concept, the story, Jallianwala Bagh, and the illegality of everything which has happened till this point? Okay. So, in Punjab, I'm just consolidating everything through the slide and then we move to non-cooperation. In Punjab, the situation became very explosive due to wartime repression, forcible recruitment, ravages of disease. So the army was called, which put martial law there. Technically not, but that is what basic British documents would say. The Lieutenant Governor of Punjab, Michael O'Dwyer, is said to have even used air strafing, as I said, shooting from the air against violent protests. Amritsar was the worst affected by violence, and in the beginning there was no violence by the protesters, but Indians shut down their shops and normal trade and everything. Streets became fully empty to show displeasure to the British itself. However, when on 9th April, two nationalist leaders, Saifuddin Kichlew and Dr. Satyapal, were arrested by the British officers without any provocation except they were addressing a meeting under the Rowlatt Act itself. This caused resentment amongst the Indian protesters, and thousands will come on the roads on April of 10th in solidarity of their leader. And soon this protest will turn extremely violent, and many protesters will be killed, and a lot of Europeans will be killed. Tensions ran high. In the riots that followed, 5 Englishmen were reported to have been killed, and Marcella Sherwood, an English missionary, going to the church itself, had been beaten up whilst going on a bicycle. Now, as I said, the British wanted revenge. Troops were sent to quell the disturbances. Dyer was the senior British officer who had been given the responsibility to impose martial law and restore order. Again, no formal transfer of power. By then, the city had already become calm and peaceful. However, Dyer issued a proclamation on 13th, which was Baisakhi, forbidding people from leaving the city without a pass and from organizing demonstrations, processions, assemblies of the people more than 3. This is technically considered curfew. However, curfew again was not applied. Then, on Baisakhi Day, a large crowd of people, mostly from neighboring villages, unaware of prohibitory orders in the city, gathered in the Jallianwala Bagh, a popular place for public events. Local leaders had also organized a small protest in the venue in the side. It is not clear how many, but close to 20,000 odd people, that is the most conservative estimate, had collected there for political protests, but the majority of the people were there for the festival. Meanwhile, the meeting had gone peaceful and 2 resolutions has been passed calling for the repealment of Rowlatt Act and condemning the firing on 10th April itself. However, Dyer will arrive with his men on the scene. The troops surrounded the gathering under the order of Dyer and blocked every exit point and now opened fire on an unarmed crowd itself. No warning was issued, no instruction to disperse was given. An unarmed gathering of men, women, children were fired upon who tried to flee. As per British Indian document, 379 were identified dead, 1100 were wounded. The Congress would say 1500 and 1000 killed, but we are sure that 1650 rounds were fired by the British on that day. The precise firing will in turn lead to a lot of chaos, and that will in turn lead to stampede. Martial law was proclaimed in Punjab the next day, and public flogging, torture, humiliation was perpetuated. People were asked to crawl on their bellies on the road on which the missionary had been assaulted. Rabindranath Tagore, revolted by this, is going to give up his knighthood. Gandhi, his Kesar-e-Hind title itself. And Gandhi, overwhelmed with this violence, is going to withdraw the movement on April 18th, 1919. Later, the Hunter Commission will be established. Hunter Commission basically will be Secretary of State Edwin Montagu's order to inquire into what had happened. There will be different members, but 3 Indians were there. You have Sir Chinmanlal Harilal Selvat, Pandit Jagat Narayan, and Sardar Shehzad Sultan Ahmad Khan. They condemned Dyer's actions, but the basic commission was an eyewash. In fact, in the House of Lords, people endorsed Dyer's action, and the British people even showed solidarity to Dyer by getting close to 3,000 pounds for his loss of job. Hunter Commission did not impose any penalty or disciplinary action, but just asked him to leave his job. Now, the Congress will also appoint their own committee, the non-official committee. Now, you have to remember this for sure. Remember this, please. Motilal Nehru, C.R. Das, Abbas Taibji, M.R. Jaikar, and Gandhi were the member of this committee. They will call the Dyer's action as inhumane, and there was no justification for what he had already done. However, the final justice in this is going to be on 13th March 1940 at the Carlston Hall in London. Udham Singh, who witnessed this horrific accident himself, or horrific massacre itself, will kill Michael O'Dwyer, the British Lieutenant Governor, who was there at the time of the massacre. Though Dyer had already died because of his general illness, Udham Singh, whilst shooting, bore the name Ram Mohammad Singh Azad in order to say that he identified or represented unified India. Dyer had already died in 1927, unfortunately. On 31st July 1940, Udham Singh will be hanged by the British. In 1952, Jawaharlal Nehru will give him the honorary title, the much deserved title of Shaheed Udham Singh, and therefore this completes a story of Rollertide. O'Dwyer and Dyer are different. O'Dwyer is the Lieutenant Governor, Dyer is the General. Done, everyone? Then can we go to non-cooperation? Okay. Now, when we talk about non-cooperation movement is linked to the other part of the story. And the other part of the story actually is the concept of First World War. Now, I already told you about the First World War, but I'll repeat myself, which is that First World War was fought between the British, French, the Russians, Americans, even Italian on this side, versus Germany, Ottoman Empire, and Austria. Now, in our story, what is more important is Ottoman Empire. See, with Germany and Austria, the worst treaty of the world, which is called the Treaty of Versailles, was signed, or Versailles was signed. However, against the Ottomans, there was, and basically they won, obviously, they won. So the losers, Germany and Austria, signed the Treaty of Versailles. However, on the other hand, the Ottoman Empire signed something in 1920, which is called the Treaty of Sevres. It's a separate treaty altogether. But why is the Ottoman Empire important for us? The Ottoman Empire is important for us because the Ottoman king is technically called a Khalifa, the king of the Ottoman Empire. And we'll discuss this in world history when we will discuss the concept of Eastern Question and Great Eastern Crisis, Crimean War and all. And he is technically called the Khalifa. Now, who is a Khalifa? Khalifa is the political and religious leader of all Muslims across the world. Across the world. Basically, he represents the religious leadership of all Muslims across the world. So, Khalifa and the concept of political religious leadership would mean that if something happens to the Khalifa, it is a disgrace and it is something which every Muslim across the world will take offense to. And that is why, as soon as the war was over, now it was up to the British to decide what to do with the Khalifa. And the basic argument at this point of time was that Ottoman Empire would be destroyed or dismembered or disintegrated, and the Khalifa would be removed from his position. And this, in turn, is going to become the starting point of a movement across the world, but in India, embodied by two brothers, Shaukat and Muhammad Ali, also known as the Ali brothers, as the Khilafat movement. Khilafat movement. Khilafat, the word Khalifa gives you Khilafat. And the Khilafat movement was against the British, And it was to basically protect the Khalifa. They said that the Khalifa should not be disrespected, his area should not be reduced, he should be, in a way, be part of the larger Islamic world as he is right now. But the British had other plans for that. So the All India Khilafat movement is going to start. And their basic agenda and the basic point was what is called boycott of the British. But one person is going to get associated with this All India Khilafat movement. And he will also be one of the first president of the All India Khilafat movement. And his name is Gandhi. Gandhi actually got closely associated with the Khilafat movement because after the Jallianwala Bagh and after what had happened in Punjab, Gandhi saw what the British were doing via the separate electorate concept. So he could see that basically Hindus and Muslims are now being divided by the British. They are following a divide and rule policy. So now Gandhi wanted to use a movement to bring these two communities together. And according to him, the Khilafat movement is something which was a very good opportunity for the INC to endorse the Khilafat movement and also take everything forward. Because something had to be done after the Rowlatt Act had not been repealed itself, but more than that, the Jallianwala Bagh incident had happened. So what Gandhi was trying to do, that he will create an agenda. And the agenda will be that he said, the Khilafat issue plus the Punjab wrongs, which is nothing but Jallianwala Bagh. He wanted to bring everybody together under this whole concept of Khilafat plus a movement in which the INC could also get linked up. So that is why he was trying to club these two issues, Punjab wrongs, Jallianwala Bagh, plus Khilafat issue, which impacts all Muslims. So the Sikh community, the Hindu community, the Muslim community, all can come together in a larger movement. And this is the first and the last attempt of Gandhi to actively try to use a movement to bring all communities together, specifically Hindus and Muslims. But the problem in this whole configuration is that what he was proposing was called the non-cooperation movement. What he was proposing was called the non-cooperation movement. It was going to take the same Khilafat methodology, but a step further. And the concept was that what we will do is that we will give up our, again, boycott schools, boycott colleges, and boycott the government service. But what he also wanted to do was, he said that Indian members in the provincial and imperial legislative councils, along with the council of state members, all members who are Indian in the imperial government should give up their position and resign. Should resign. And the INC leaders at this point of time were one of the most important people in these positions. So there will be two major roadblocks to the non-cooperation. First is that people like C.R. Das, Motilal Nehru were very reluctant to give up their positions which they had to technically get nominated to. So there's an inertia, there's a type of reluctance that why do I need to give up this position in the imperial or provincial legislative council? Everybody likes their job. But the more ardent and more important opposition will come from Bal Gangadhar Tilak. Tilak very categorically said that the INC should not absorb the Khilafat movement because the INC is not a religious body and the Khilafat issue is a religious issue. At the end of the day, it is linked to the Muslims, and Muslim Khilafat concept is political religious leader. Khilafat may be about protecting the Khalifa, but the Khalifa is not a political issue but a religious issue. And basically between 1920 January to 1st August 1920, Tilak's disagreement with how the Congress should go forward and how basically there is a reluctance within the INC to give up its positions will mean that there will be constant pressure from Gandhi on the INC. Take it. Let us launch non-cooperation. Let us launch non-cooperation. But basically, till Tilak is alive, that was not possible. And that is why, as soon as Tilak will die, he will basically have a natural that he will take his last breath on 1st August 1920. The INC will go ahead with the non-cooperation movement on 31st August 1920. It will informally say that the non-cooperation movement is a go. And there will be a special session which will happen in September, because all sessions happen in December. But a special session will happen in Calcutta in September of 1920 to endorse the Khilafat program. But the most important change happens in the December of 1920 session, which is called the Nagpur session. Nagpur session basically will be used by the Congress to launch the non-cooperation movement. However, they will also change the structure of the Congress. And the Congress for the first time will reduce its membership fee to 1 anna. But more than that, they will create a structure which to some level exists till today, which is the 3-tiered structure of execution or political power within the INC, which is called the Congress Working Committee, the concept of Central Congress Working Committee, which acts at the INC level, the CWC. Then it coordinates with the provincial working committees, and thereafter it goes to the ward working committees. And this is the concept of the CWC, the PWC, and the WCW, rather WWC, which is the 3-tiered structure of the Congress, which is going to become the backbone of the national movement, whilst the INC could actually send the message to the ward level very quickly, was because of this Nagpur session change. So the Khilafat issue, though a religious issue with regards to how it was linked to the Treaty of Sevres and the Ottoman Empire, Gandhi used it as a moment of cooperation between Hindus and Muslims. And that is why the NCM was one of the largest movements in which there was proper Indian, or what we call as Hindu-Muslim unity. The Muslim League endorsed the INC, the plan under Lucknow Pact. They were already with the INC, but this whole movement is going to be a success. And the concept was that we will resign, we will give up, we will boycott, we will do this, we will do that. But there was a clause that as soon as the NCM is going to reach a certain point, we will go for phase 2, which is civil disobedience, and then we will get Swaraj within 2 years. The basic point was, Gandhi promised that if we can create the pressure in the right way, we can get self-rule, we can get independence in a certain way within 2 years. But with regards to the non-cooperation movement, what is actually going to happen is this movement will start to overheat. Everybody is following me till this point? I'm going to go through the PPT with regards to this, but I'm trying to give you a larger overview here. What is going to happen is that the movement will start to overheat. It will start to technically lose its fizz. People will start to become more and more frustrated. And in 1922, February 1922, because Swaraj was not coming only, Gandhi said that Swaraj will come in 2 years. 2 years happened, no Swaraj. British did not listen only. Everybody gave up their job. Everybody were now sitting. You will boycott till a point. So people were getting frustrated. This is called a movement overheating. People were losing faith. So in 1922, what happened was that in a small city of Chauri Chaura, United Province, there will be a small gathering of 26 policemen, 26 to 29 policemen trying to manage a crowd in Chauri Chaura, and the police will shoot on the people and one person will get shot. But now the people actually lost their mind and had this frustration building up. They will instantly revolt and the police will retreat back to their police station. And what the people will do is that as soon as they will go back to the police station, they will lock the gates, and with 26 policemen inside, they will burn the building. They will burn the building. And this is called the Chauri Chaura incident. In Chauri Chaura, angered mob is going to burn 26 policemen. These are all European, all European. And as soon as Chauri Chaura will happen, Gandhi will withdraw the movement next day. He will say that I said that violence was not acceptable, but Gandhi was now taking a truce. There were two reasons why Gandhi will withdraw the non-cooperation in 1922 after Chauri Chaura. Everybody will hue and cry. Even Nehru, Patel, even Subhash Chandra Bose, all will say that what was the point of withdrawing it? It was just an angry crowd. It was not in Delhi, Madras or Chennai. It was just a small incident. Why are you withdrawing this movement on the basis of just one small incident? But Gandhi was doing two things at the same point of time. First is that he knew that the movement was not going anywhere. He knew non-cooperation is more or less dead because the concept of Swaraj was not coming, and the CDM technically, the second stage was never going to happen. So he saw this is his struggle, true struggle. This was him taking a truce. But the other reason which Gandhi always quotes and is actually not talked about quite a lot is the fact that he wanted to prevent another, very good, Yashika. He wanted to prevent another Jallianwala Bagh. He knew that if I don't withdraw this movement, the repression of the British is going to be extremely brutal and multiple Jallianwala Baghs are going to happen. So in order to show that the British Indian people had done wrong, he withdraw the NCM and he will also be arrested the same day. He will be arrested under the charges of sedition, that he was doing seditious activities, and he will be arrested also. So he will not resist his arrest. He will get arrested. Gandhi will get arrested as soon as Chauri Chaura was next day. He will withdraw it. He will get arrested. Simple point is, people tend to talk about Gandhi being that moment of cowardice, or he was a coward who did not want to take the non-cooperation movement forward. Everybody with him also believed the same, that Gandhi should not have taken back the movement. But the basic point is, he knew that the non-cooperation movement was not going anywhere. Was actually not going anywhere. This was his concept of truce. And second, he wanted to avoid repression. He knew that the British will respond with utmost level of repression, rather take back the movement and distract their attention itself. This point needs to be very, very clear in your mind, that Chauri Chaura is his truce. He knew can't go forward here on. If you understand this basic story, then I'll go into the nitty-gritty, tell you what to learn. Yes? Great. Perfect. Okay. Khilafat later automatically will fizz out. I will talk to you about that, because Khilafat itself will fizz out because there will be a revolution in Ottoman Empire. Kamal Pasha is going to take power and it will become a secular state. So basically, Khilafat concept is going to be destroyed from within itself. Okay. Lahore session means Lahore session 1929. We are 1919 right now. Okay. Government of India Act 1919. Ill-conceived scheme of triarchy was not working. Self-government itself was only a drama. Jallianwala Bagh massacre had already happened. Inquiry thereafter was just an eyewash. If that was not enough, economic hardship, inflation and unemployment. All because of the First World War. All because of the First World War. And basically, nothing really had changed. Jallianwala Bagh shook the nation, but really nothing really changed. The British were the British, and they were doing what they needed to do. And people of India were under distress for sure. Now we know that in the political scene, the Lucknow Pact had already happened, but a major change had also come within the Muslim nationalism. Basically, the Aligarh school will be taken out, which was very conservative, very loyalist to the British. But now the Muslim community could see that loyalism to the British was also not working. So there will be a rise of a radical nationalist Muslim group under Muhammad Ali, Shaukat Ali's brother, Azad, Hakim Ajmal Khan, and Hassan Imam. And basically, they will now come out of that conservative concept. Their nationalism was coming out of their moderate phase, going into the extremist phase, and they had strong anti-imperialist sentiment, anti-imperialistic sentiment. And in all this background, the Khilafat concept is that it is an institution or an office which was there of the Khalifa of Turkey, and he was regarded as a spiritual and political head of the Muslim world. And because Turkey had allied with Germany, Ottoman Empire, as it says, Ottomans, they were now going to face the wrath of the British. The victory of the Allied forces, therefore, was going to impose a humiliating treaty, which they already did on Germany, Treaty of Versailles, but the same plan for Turkey. And now Turkey was going to get, or Ottoman Empire is going to get dismembered. Khalifa was going to be removed from his power. Therefore, now what is called the Khilafat Committee will be established by, now please, this is extremely important for your prelims examination. These things come in the exam, which is the Ali brothers, Shaukat Ali and Muhammad Ali Johar, or Muhammad Ali itself, are going to become the two major people who will spearhead this movement. What was their demands? Their demands were very simple. Khalifa must retain all his power with regards to Muslim sacred places. The Khilafat must be left with sufficient territory to defend itself. The Zerat ul Arab, which is Arabia, Syria, Iraq, Palestine, for all which is Muslim sovereignty and Khalifa's major terrain, should be retained. Don't have to learn this though. And Azad Ajmal Khan and Harshat Mohani are going to become very, very important. So the basic point is they all are on the same page with regards to what they want, which is no disrespect to the Khalifa. So in November of 1919, an All India Khilafat conference will be held in Delhi for the boycott of British goods. So they're going the route of Rowlatt and Swadeshi. The Khalifat or Khilafat leaders were very clearly spelled out. A peace terms with Turkey should not be about disrespecting the Khalifa and should be favorable to Turkey, or all forms of cooperation will go away from the government. But what is interesting is Gandhi was sitting there as the president of the All India Khilafat Conference. And now he saw this as an opportunity to bring the masses together and launch a non-cooperation movement. Now, when it comes to the Congress stand, till this point, anybody has any issues? Basically, you understand the Khilafat issue, you understand Khilafat committee, you understand Gandhi's perspective. Because once we're done with this, we'll talk about Swarajist and no changes also. Okay. So, the Congress support for the Khilafat movement had two major obstacles. Tilak was opposed to an alliance with Muslim leaders over a religious issue. And he said that I don't believe that Satyagraha really works. And he'd already seen how the Rowlatt Satyagraha had actually worked out. And thereafter, the other clause was boycott of councils. Provincial Legislative Council, Imperial Legislative Council. And people like C.R. Das were not willing and technically they were not that happy to give up their position. And they wanted their leaders to boycott the elections in November of 1920. But the majority of the voters stayed away, and the Congress still performed in that election. Gandhi, however, was pushing this issue. He needed to get an approval for this issue, but till Tilak is going to be alive, nothing is going to happen. Muslim League was also supporting the Congress over this issue generally, Khilafat issue. And now in February of 1920, a joint Indian, or what we call as Hindu-Muslim delegation, will go to the Viceroy to talk about the Khilafat issue, but again will fail. And then Gandhi will do the masterstroke. The masterstroke is that he will link up the Khilafat issue with the issues of Punjab or the Punjab wrongs. He will say that the Punjab wrongs, the constitutional development, and Khilafat are technically together. And basically, he announced that the issue of Punjab wrongs, constitutional advance, had been overshadowed by the Khilafat question, and that this non-cooperation movement should be a movement of everybody together if the terms of the peace treaty fail to satisfy Indian Muslims. So basically, he's talking about a threat that if the Indian Muslims are not happy with the Treaty of Sevres, then we will go for an all India non-cooperation movement. Still, however, there is no formal sanction from the INC. INC is still not behind Gandhi. Now, in May, the Treaty of Sevres will be signed, and what will be decided is Ottoman Empire will be disintegrated, which is called dismemberment. And in June, all party conference will happen in Allahabad to approve a program for boycott of schools, colleges, courts, and Gandhi was asked to lead it. However, as soon as Tilak will die on 1st August, the Khilafat Committee started a campaign of non-cooperation, and the movement will start formally. And in September of 1920, in the special Calcutta session, the non-cooperation program will now be endorsed, linking the Punjab wrongs and Khilafat together. Now Gandhi had succeeded in doing what he was trying to do for the past 6 to 7 months, which is bring Hindus and Muslims together in one major movement. Now, what is the program? Till this point, you understand the struggle for Gandhi to push this agenda? Yes? You understand that also? Now, basically, what is the program? The program is not something new, but what was new was that it was going to happen at an all India level. It was going to happen at an all India level, which is that boycott of schools and colleges, boycott of law courts and dispensation of justice through panchayats. But this is what the INC did not like initially, and please hold on to this information, which is that the boycott of legislative councils is something which was within this whole program. They also said boycott of foreign cloth, khadi was going to be now used instead, practice of hand spinning, renunciation of government honors and titles. And what Gandhi said was that as soon as the non-cooperation movement reaches a certain point, we will go for mass civil disobedience with resignation of government service and non-payment of taxes. And during this period, Hindu and Muslim unity and removal of untouchability was the major feature. He said, let us link one more issue, which is a caste issue of untouchability towards the depressed classes. So Gandhi, what he's trying to do is, it's the boycott of all councils. All councils. So the basic point is Gandhi was trying to reinvigorate the whole national movement again. But the problem again is, once Nagpur session will endorse it, this movement will not go really anywhere after 1 year. So the program will be endorsed, but however, Congress itself will change. For the attainment of self-government through constitutional means, the constitutional means was the attainment of Swaraj as a goal. They will abandon it, and now the Congress will shake off its moderate mentality or moderate framework and say how we will get Swaraj is through peaceful, legitimate extra constitutional mass struggle. A very important concept, because till this point, everything was about moderate politics and moderate mentality or moderate concept itself. Now it is not that. It is that we will go for extra constitutional, beyond the concept of constitutional protest. Prayer, petition, and protest are gone, and mass struggle is going to be our way of getting independence. However, there is also a change within the INC. Congress Working Committee will be formed with 15 members. Provincial Congress committees will be formed, or provincial working committees will be formed to organize everything at the province level. And then ward committee will be formed, and the entry fees was reduced to 4 annas, and in some places 1 anna, but 4 anna on an average. The basic point was, now formally the non-cooperation movement will be adopted. So remember, I'm again repeating the Nagpur session, important for you. Nagpur session, there is 3 basic changes. First, in the larger mentality and methodology of the INC to extra constitutional movement. Second is the fact that they will have structural changes, Central Working Committee or Central Congress Working Committee, then provincial Congress committees or provincial working committees, and then ward committees to basically coordinate everything which the INC was doing. 4 annas on an average, from close to 1 rupee. The basic previous membership fee was 1 rupee, which was quite a lot at that point of time. It would be made 4 annas. And Nagpur will make what technically INC is going to be in the next section. Because if you have to understand Gandhi and Bose, you need to understand this basic change, which is Congress Working Committee and the concept of this 15 members now being the mastermind behind the Indian national movement. So Nagpur session is clear, basic understanding. Then I go to the other aspects. Nagpur session. Clear? Very good. Now, do not have to learn this. But what I'm showing you right now are the don't have to learn the first 15 members. Don't have so much unnecessary time to learn that also. Now, obviously, don't have to learn all of this, but what this shows is spread. Shows the spread of the movement. And I'll tell you what to learn and what not to learn in this, but I'll read it out to you generally. I hope you're understanding the basic purpose here. Calcutta session was to informally endorse. Nagpur session was to formally endorse. The larger NCM program you already understand. The nitty-gritties don't really matter here. Because in an NCM question, which I'm going to give you after this topic, you will realize that there's no real scope to write anything. Because if you will write the basic features of the non-cooperation, that will automatically become 250 words, 150 words. So basic point of the matter is informal endorsement in Calcutta session. Nagpur session, 3 major changes. Methodology becomes extra constitutional. Second, the concept of what we call as the Congress Working Committee will come into existence, and the CWC, PWC, and the Ward Committee, the 3-tier structure is going to be created. Are we all on the same page? Do we understand the purpose of this discussion? Because this much detail you cannot actually process or even write. That is the basic point I'm trying to make here. So you have to just simply be straightforward. In a way, what you are going to write is this. This is much more important. This is more important for you than that. Because what is the basic program of the INC, of this non-cooperation movement? Okay. Different leaders, for example, Annie Besant, Jinnah, Kapadre, Bipin Chandra Pal will also leave the Congress, thinking that now the Congress is not what it was. SN Banerjee is going to find the Indian National Liberal Federation. Thereafter, he will go henceforth in this basic concept. Gandhi declared that if the non-cooperation program was implemented, now listen to me, implemented completely, Swaraj would be ushered within a year. This is the promise which Gandhi made, and that is the problem. Many groups of revolutionaries from Bengal also pledged support to the Congress program. Gandhi now started to tour the whole Indian sector with the Ali brothers. Students left government colleges, schools, joined national schools and colleges. English educational institutions were boycotted. New education institutions were developing under Acharya Narendra Dev, C.R. Das, Lala Lajpat Rai, Zakir Hussain. But for the purpose of the examination, this is very important. SC Bose means Subhash Chandra Bose. Subhash Chandra Bose is going to now rise in the politics, and he will become the principal of the National College at Calcutta. And this was him coming up in the ranks of the nationalist politics and coming to the foray. So now Subhash Chandra Bose is going to rise. English cloth was boycotted, foreign cloth was burnt, imports fell by half, which is a very big amount. Khadi was promoted. Khadi and charkha now became a symbol of national unity. Picketing and selling of liquor, toddy shops were undertaken. Toddy is what is called local beer, if you want to say. Lawyers such as Motilal Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru, C.R. Das, Saifuddin Kichlev, Vallabhbhai Patel, Asaf Ali, and all of them will leave practice. Even Rajendra Prasad. Social boycott will also happen of the British. Tilak Swaraj Fund will be oversubscribed. This 1 crore rupees was collected in order to then basically fund the NCM. And Congress Volunteer Corps will emerge as parallel police. By July of 1921, Ali brothers gave a call for the Muslims to even resign from the army, as it was unreligious, and they will themselves get arrested in September. Gandhi echoed their call and asked the Congress committees to pass similar resolutions to effect. Oversubscribed means people expected maximum 10 lakh, 15 lakh. 1 crore was actually taken. Now the Congress gave a call to the local Congress bodies to start civil disobedience if you think people were ready. However, now Gandhi could see the lukewarm response, which is that when the second stage was coming through, it was not that heavy. So the movement slowly but surely was starting to overheat. So no tax campaign already in Midnapur and Guntur district. In Assam, there were strikes which were happening in the railways, in the tea plantations, and J.M. Sengupta had become a prominent leader in these strikes. When Prince of Wales had come to India in 1921 November, his carcade will be hounded by people. Demonstrations will happen, strikes will happen. Even Awadh Kisan movement, Ekab movement, Mapila movement, Sikh agitation, basically peasant movement will also start to come through. And the British will try to divide Ali brothers and Gandhi, because reading will say to Gandhi that what Ali brothers are doing is that they're enticing violence. So why don't you condemn their actions and condemn their speeches? But Gandhi said that I don't know what you are saying, and Gandhi will still stand by the Khilafat leaders. Basic point of the matter is the movement till 1921 looked like a success. Can you understand why you can't write all of this in the examination? There is too much detail here. It is to tell you a story. That story is to tell you the story of the non-cooperation movement, but there is no scope to even write any of this. This is close to 1,000 words, 1,200 words. You have to simply understand the larger context of the movement, which is linked to the concept of what we call as the non-cooperation, different forms. Everywhere it is happening in a different way. People are trying to do what they're trying to do. Are we all on the same page? Yes? Because I've already given you the larger picture. What matters is I've already given you the story itself. Okay. Now. Sorry, Chora. A mob of peasants and Khilafat agitators will burn 22, somewhere it will say 22, 26, 29. 3 different data is there. You go with 22 Bipin Chandra data, and they will burn 22 policemen alive after the policemen ordered lathi charge on 5th February 1922. Again, you will find two dates in different books, 4th and 5th. Basically, 5th is considered the more consensus one, but 4th you will also find in a lot of the concepts. The prelims does not ask this type of facts. I will tell you that. I will show you the questions tomorrow. We do previous year questions tomorrow. Non-cooperation, there has been no direct question till this point. No direct question. They've not even asked a question out of Rowlett. What they're asking is the larger implications of these movements. So you will see UPSC is not getting caught up in these things. Congress will plan a no tax movement, and the second phase was planned for 12th February at Bardoli. However, Gandhi will call off the movement. Most of the people will become disillusioned, and people will say that this movement should not have been stopped because of one incident itself. C.R. Das, Nehru, Bose, and both Motilal and Jawaharlal Nehru will express bewilderment. C.R. Das and Motilal Nehru will protest this action itself. And even Subhash Chandra Bose will say that this is a national calamity that this movement has been stopped. Jawaharlal Nehru also felt that the movement should not have stopped because of some poor peasants trying to respond to this larger concept. Now, this is basically the non-cooperation. Now, you tell me one thing before I go to the understanding of Swaraj is no changes. I give you a time to breathe here. We started our story with Montagu Chelmsford. I hope Montagu Chelmsford is not an issue. Right? That is not an issue. You understand hierarchy, you understand jurisdictional understanding, you understand the structural changes. Just to revise very quickly with you, the basic point was what? There will be Secretary of State plus High Commissioner in Europe or in England, then Governor General of India, and now he has the bicameral legislation, the concept of Central Legislative Council and Council of States plus the Executive Council. And at the level of the governors, there will be governor, but now governor will also have Legislative Council and Executive Council. And this way it is divided transferred subjects. This way it is divided as reserved subjects. This is called hierarchy. This is called bicameralism. New office added, and jurisdictional difference in subjects. Yes, yes. I hope this basic concept is there. I'll show you the timeline again so that we can now revise through the timeline also. I'm trying to revise with you because and then we did these two timelines parallelly. First, how the Rowlett Act is basically the extension of the Defense of India Act. Once the Defense of India Act is basically in your perspective, Rowlett Act was the permanent extension of the Defense of India Act. 6th April is going to be the Hartal Day. However, the real story happens in Amritsar. 9th, two leaders will be picked up. 10th, proper level of violence. 13th, the revenge of the British, Jallianwala Bagh. And thereafter, 18th April, Gandhi is going to withdraw the movement itself. August and September, Montagu Chelmsford reforms will come as a lollipop, as the carrot which the people were expected to accept. However, parallel to this, as soon as the Montagu Chelmsford reforms comes through, the Treaty of Sevres now becomes an issue, which is the Khilafat issue. And this is what you need to remember. If you can remember this basic fact, that Khilafat issue was linked to the Khalifa of Ottoman Empire, and Khilafat issue was about disrespecting the Muslim leader. And Gandhi wanted to link the Khilafat issue with the Punjab wrongs to launch an all India level movement. Then you understand the reason for Khilafat and NCM. NCM itself is not a movement which is independent to the Khilafat. Both go together. First, Tilak is the problem. He is not going to allow this movement to go forward. And the problem of resistance within, because boycott of council comes through. Thereafter, as soon as he's dead, there will be the Treaty of Sevres which will going to happen. That in turn will lead to a lot of hue and cry. Calcutta session, formal and what is called informal endorsement. Nagpur session, formal endorsement. Movement will go on, take a lot of forms, Assam, this, that. But in 1922, 5th February 1922, Chauri Chaura is going to happen, and Gandhi will see that now violence has happened, government repression can come through. So in order to avoid a Jallianwala Bagh and take a truce, he withdraws the movement. Is this clear? Right? Okay. Now, I'm not going to show you a slide or anything. I want you to understand something. Simple point. See, please understand, I'm giving you a pathway to what we are going to do now, because there's a way we go forward now. Tomorrow, what we do, you want a mains question? I'll leave you a mains question. Why not? You want a mains question? Okay. I'll give you two questions. One from one from Rowlett, and one from the non-cooperation movement. When we talk about Rowlett, something like this can come, which is that the Rowlett Satyagraha was we can say was a watershed movement, or rather watershed moment in Indian nationalism as a new form of national expression was seen. Discuss the importance of the movement. And basically, you have to talk about mass nationalism, Gandhi's role, and the way Jallianwala Bagh itself, which is a product of the Rowlett Satyagraha, also exposed the British. So this is the type of movement question which comes. They will not say, tell us how the Rowlett movement happened or the Rowlett Satyagraha happened. No, that is not the type of question comes. Same way, the non-cooperation movement was an attempt of Gandhi to make Indian nationalism truly pan-Indian and transcend religion. Comment. Now, this is technically again not about the movement. You talk about the national, you talk about the programs, 150 words, 250 words. You talk about the program, but the basic point of the matter is that it's about what it meant. Are you getting my point? Prelims, there are no questions itself. I will show you that tomorrow. But in mains, the movement is the concept of how that movement impacts everything in the larger context. In the larger context. So both movements are very important in the nationalistic history. Why? Because Rowlett is the first mass nationalism. First time Gandhi launched himself into the public sphere properly. First time Satyagraha was used at the all India level. Hartal was all India. Program was all India. And basically there was a lot of response from everybody because Gandhi had truly integrated the peasant and the worker into the story. And the second question, technically, you need to talk about how Gandhi transcended religion, which is to link Khilafat with Punjab wrongs, and making it truly pan-Indian in the sense means that the non-cooperation program was followed in all parts of India, and you can talk about the program getting implemented in certain areas itself. So there's no set answer to this question. There's no set answer to these questions. It's about how you perceive them. But I hope you can now understand that the questions don't revolve around facts. The questions don't revolve around facts, but there are certain personalities you have to obviously remember. For example, you obviously cannot forget Gandhi. Conceptual understanding is important. That is a basic point. You can't forget Gandhi, Motilal Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru, Subhash Chandra Bose, Ali brothers, Shaukat and Muhammad Ali, the O'Dwyer, Dyer, Udham Singh. These are names which you need to know. But it's not a hard and fast rule that they will say that you give us the exact name. Saifuddin Kichli, Dr. Satyapal. Are you understanding this? Am I asking you to learn each and every data? Patel, Tilak, these are personalities we are discussing constantly. So I hope it is a reasonable request that you, as we go on in this story, we keep on doing these names again and again. Now, if you cannot learn Subhash Chandra Bose's name or Jawaharlal Nehru's name or Gandhi's name, then there's a problem. Everywhere I have marked categorically what you need to remember. So, one thing very clearly, if you will sit with any book, these are heavy areas. Steer clear of the data, just understand the significance of the movement. Yes, no. Lahore conspiracy case is nothing but the Gadar movement. Yes, simple point is keep it as simplistic and straightforward as possible. Watershed moment means that it is a major tipping point. Now, simply 2 minutes I will take from you and then I will leave you. Now, Indian nationalism will become disillusioned. So what we do tomorrow is Swarajist no changers, the whole concept of how INC will go forward. We will also talk about Simon Commission, and we will also talk about revolutionary activities part 2, which is HRA, HSRA. August offer, August declaration different. August offer is 1940. So we will discuss HRA, HSRA, and we'll do previous year questions. But one very important discussion I'm going to have with you tomorrow is with regards to Bhagat Singh and his conception of what we call as nationalism. But even more important is how the Lahore conspiracy case, first Saunders murder and the central legislative bombing, what was the real story behind it? I will get a very interesting and important book. It's by A.G. Nurani. It's called The Trial of Bhagat Singh. It's on the Lahore conspiracy case itself. I will bring the book here and I will tell you an alternative perspective and a whole new part or story to Bhagat Singh, which books don't talk about, which be it NCRT, be it Bipin Chandra, be it any standard book. It's a very specialized book, but again, a very interesting book, which talks about how the Lahore conspiracy case trial happened and what Bhagat Singh actually represented and the way the British actually went after him. Tomorrow we will reach 1929. And once we reach 1929, we will go on and discuss about on Monday the CDM, Gandhi Irwin Pact, and we'll reach till 1940. Once we reach 1940, 7 years more and we get independence. So we are now basically coming to the last 15-20 years. Done, everyone? So if you don't have a question and you want to go to the webinar, thank you so much. I hope everything we discussed today made sense to you. Yes, there are this is what we are going to do. This is the basic discussion we have. There were certain concepts here, certain facts. Steer clear of the facts itself. Right? Thank you so much. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow at the same time. Don't have to worry about facts. Just keep it simple. Okay. Thank you. Why Tilak reluctant? Tilak because he did not want religious issues to get linked with Congress. Who is the leader of the INC? Chaluvadi. All the people have talked about are leaders of INC only. What happens in webinar? Webinar current affairs. This is, I think, Thursday, right? So it would be GS paper 1 or GS paper 2 webinar. Umera, things will not be the same thereafter between Hindus and Muslims. We'll discuss that. You want to see the questions again? These are the two questions. What happened to South Africa after Gandhi? Gandhi will leave. South Africa still will have a major issue called apartheid that will go until 1991. No, Ravi. XY, I'll give you the whole list of presidents. Don't worry about that. Is the Council of Ministers in hierarchy? Council of Ministers means what? Hierarchy does not apply to the center. It only applies to the province. Ronald Satyagraha is non-violent except Brane more or less non-violent, but violence was already erupting in between. Vishwajit, I've already done that, but I'll do it again maybe later. When I'll discuss another set of mains question, I'll discuss that with you. Yes, Sachin, she will be. Khilafat movement is nothing but about protecting the Khalifa, and it's about not creating pressure on the British to not disrespect him. Portfolio in provincial hierarchy, no Praveen. No Praveen. Don't push ideas which I have not talked about. There's no portfolio system in the concept of provincial hierarchy. No, he was not there, Harshita. Devan Chinave, never. Only once he was the president of the INC, but not fully part of it ever. Michael O'Dwyer will be shot by Udham Singh. Dyer will die his own death. Initially, Tilak does not like the non-cooperation movement because it's linked to Khilafat. It's a religious issue which he does not like. He does not want religion to become part of the non-cooperation movement. Faizan, not formally. Not formally. Muhammad Ali Jinnah's role in Lucknow Pact was that he understood that he cannot exist without the INC right now, so he tries to align with the INC. Second question is that was an attempt of Gandhi to make Indian nationalism truly pan-Indian, because you have to talk about how the program was much bigger than just certain areas. And transcend religion means that how he was trying to bring in Hindu-Muslim unity. That is the only point. Ishandoro. Significance of Calcutta session is basically informal endorsement of non-cooperation. INC is not divided into three organizations. Harshita is technically creating a whole structure within the INC from which ward to main membership or the Congress, Central Congress Working Committee can respond or send basic information and instructions to the lowest level. It's not division, but it's structuring. Thank you. If you don't have a question, you can leave. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow, same time. Thank you. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay. We'll talk about that. Chaluvadi, Gandhi's role in Bhagat Singh. We'll discuss that. Tushar, what resources you're saying? Just stick to the PPT plus the NCRT, more than enough. Local Government President Act was not covered when the cover Viceroy. Again, Parth, Press Act, Acts, Press Acts, I will discuss with you separately. Don't worry. Satya, you would need to write to the management. I can't take a call on that. It's not in my hand. Perfect. Webinar would be live now. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye. I will see you tomorrow, same time, with a new set of issues. See you.